Greetings, Osio, Uitigunya. Welcome to the Red Road East. I am your host, Fierce Truth Seeker. The Red Road East is an indigenous TV program and YouTube channel dedicated to archiving and preserving the history, legacy, and culture of the indigenous peoples of the Americas east of the Mississippi River and the Caribbean. Yeah, I know it's been a while, and my work schedule is just so crazy that it doesn't allow me to create content as much as I would like to, so I deeply apologize for the wait and also for starting a little behind schedule. I have to apologize because our guest, Dr. Fatu, was not able to come on tonight. She had to cancel due to some urgent personal business, and she will be on later on in the month. Okay. In the meantime, yours truly is going to get into some very needed topics of discussion. We're going to continue to kick down Henry Lewis's gates, and let me do that again. Hold on. Kick down Henry Lewis's gates. Again. Kick down Henry Lewis's gates and talk about more about genealogy, DNA, and recap some of the aspects of my father's DNA results. We'll give you a sneak peek into grandma's DNA results. And Caribbean genealogy, okay? And we're going to talk about some of the shortcomings of just regulating your DNA. The shortcomings of regulating your quest for ancestry strictly to the genealogy paper trail, okay? And I can, wait, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm getting a notification here that I have to check on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check on this notification. Let me. Sorry about that, everyone. And yeah, so a lot has happened since the last time that we were on here live and we were discussing my father's DNA. My grandmother, she just got her DNA results. And I'm here to tell you, between that and the research that I've been doing, listen, what I've come to find out with regards to my family history is unprecedented, and it's actually we could tell actually this is movie worthy. I mean, seriously, uh, documentary worthy and movie worthy. You know what I'm actually discovering. Okay, and before I go continue, I see we have some people in the chat that, and I want to acknowledge those people in the chat. Okay, um, Kyle Sagamore, love the name. Hey, great vibrations. And Kaya Sagamore says, I don't know if you will touch upon this topic, but would you think 23 ancestors reconstruction tool works? Very good question. And I will reserve that question for the doc because she's a little more savvy with those. She's got the updated stuff. I still have the antiquated, the old chip, you know. Uh, I just, I may at some point in time update, but hey, man, I already paid my money once, you know. It is what it is for right now. And I'm doing pretty good with the antiquated stuff, you know. But the doc, she has the updated stuff, okay? But even with using the old 23andMe tools, what I've been able to do is amazing. And I'm not going to toot my own horn, and I'm not going to just give myself credit because I have a team of family members and close friends that are very tech savvy and research savvy and have been putting in a lot of work, you know, and we've been like going back and forth with information, and it's a beautiful network because there's some people who are like me. I can break things down very well to the layperson. Okay, I don't get into all the technical jargon, but I understand it and can explain it on a mundane level. Okay, and even if somebody wanted to debate me on it, I could put foot in their ass with on the mundane aspect of it. Okay, but we have people in my family and network who are who can tell you all, break it down with all the technical jargon and things of that nature. Okay, so we have a good network going, and I definitely have to give them the credit that is due as well. It's not just about me. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't pretend to be an expert. I've made some discoveries, some groundbreaking discoveries with regards to DNA that has definitely changed the game, okay, that other people are using, okay? But, I don't pretend to be an expert. I can give it to you on the mundane level and let the experts take that information, and do their technical thing. I stay in my lane with that, okay? So, but even with just using the antiquated information, the antiquated 23andMe tools, man, the discoveries that I've made is, as you all know, okay, I've been doing genealogy for a long time, okay? However, and back when I started, we didn't have all of these tools that we have now. There was no internet, there was no DNA and all that stuff back when I started, okay? You just relied on the paper trail when I started. It was just the paper trail, okay? And with that paper trail, it was only but so far you could take it, all right? And I'm going to say that with these new tools that we have in terms of technology, I've been able to take the information that my elders gave me to a whole nother level, okay? To a whole nother level. And again, like I said, I've been able to take my genealogy back to the 1700s and working my way to the 1600s, okay? I've been able to meet new family who has family trees that had information that my family tree was lacking, and I was able to add new branches to the family tree, okay? And let me know, see how many people are listening, because I want to take a survey. Let me see how many people are listening. We got 7 people listening right now. I want to know how many people who are listening right now, how many of you can at least take your ancestry back to the early 1800s by a show of hands? Yes, put 1 for yes and put 0 for no. I just want to take a little survey right now from the people who are looking, who are watching and listening. We got 7 people. Let me know. The other 6 people. Kyle Sagamore says no. Amanda B1U7Q. Beautiful. Okay. Um, Itawam Bamingo. 1. Beautiful. Wayuka Designs. 1. Beautiful. Okay. And we got 7 people. What about the others? Now, I won't wait for the others. Hopefully they'll put their number in. But now, from those who said yes, how many of you are able to go back to the 1700s? Put 1 for yes and 0 for no. Wayuka Designs. 1. Beautiful. Amanda, no. Okay. Um, Itawam, Itawam Bamingo. 1. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. I love it. Okay. So for those who said no, how are you doing your research? Are you have are you doing, Amanda stuck? Are you doing just Are you doing just the paper trail, or are you utilizing the DNA as well? For those who said for those who said no to either, for those who can't go even past the 1800s or can't get into the 1700s or who are stuck, are you utilizing DNA as well, or are you just using the genealogy paper trail? Just the paper trail. And what about you, Kyle Sagamore? What about you, Kyle Sagamore? I have no one I really, let me see. I have no one I really know in my family. I just have DNA. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's an interesting point too, because that can be quite of a challenge. So for you, what you would have to do is connect with those DNA relatives and see what they. What about? Let me see. Are any of your parents still around? What about your parents or aunts or uncles or older cousins? Because sometimes, or even extended family. You have extended family because a lot of times your it's not just your family per se all the time. Sometimes you can utilize extended family because let's say you have someone that was someone that was like close to the family, and they were always, like with your grandparents or with an older cousin. They have a tendency to share stories with each other, and they'll know the family really well. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. Yeah, I'm real sorry to hear that. But still, even with that, you can still utilize the tech that and that's where the technology comes into play because sometimes you may find DNA relatives who are like sometimes first cousins, you know, and first and second cousins. That's where a lot of times you'll find that information that you're looking for. Okay. And but sometimes those first cousin matches that you find won't have the information because of various reasons. Because sometimes they may be first cousins who may not have been uh, either close to the family, or sometimes you have a situation where there's love children out there. Okay. And that's a whole story in and of itself. And they don't know anything about your family because it's a it's a love child. Okay. They thought that both of their biological parents were their parents. And I've come across that in doing my genealogy searches as well. I've met cousins who who thought that their biological no, who thought that their fathers were their biological fathers, and to come to find out It's not their biological father. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Okay? Whew. But, and so the highest match I have is 500 centimorgans on Ancestry. Okay. Now, you can, the thing with these DNA testing sites is that every day more and more people are doing the DNA tests, and you're going to have more and more people that are related to you as time goes by. Okay. And also, I've tested on many DNA sites. So I'm pulling from many different sites. And I'm going to tell you for those, oh, wait, and Amanda, okay, let me not leave out Amanda. Amanda says she's stuck. And Amanda's just doing the paper trail. I know that, Amanda, a lot of people are skeptical about doing the DNA. And realistically, I understand uh, the hesitation. Okay, I really do. To be totally honest with you, they have your DNA anyway, but I'm just going to leave it at that. But even with that, for me, even if they didn't have my DNA, for me personally, it was more of a sacrifice because there's certain information that I didn't have that I just needed to know and wanted to know. And I'm going to say that without those who are just relying on the paper trail, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's going to be very hard for you to break that 1853 roadblock that most of our people find with regards to genealogy. And it's especially the information that I've come across. The information that I've come across. Now the information that I've come across, which most of you, I'm not saying this to toot my own horn. I'm just saying the information that I've come across, most of you, with regards to family tree, most of you will never come across. Most of you will never get that information. And there's a reason why, and I'll tell you that a little bit later. But just relying on the paper trail, you can get pretty far if you really put the time in, you do your due diligence. You can get far, but it's going to be very, very difficult to get to a certain point. And I'm not trying to step on, trust me when I say I'm not trying to step on toes or anything, but people are telling you don't deal with DNA and stuff like that. But the thing is that if you're stuck and you have a roadblock, okay, unless you're willing to pay. Now, here's where the money comes in. Now, if you have about maybe $10,000 to pay a professional genealogist, then you may be able to get somewhere close to where I've gotten with mine. Okay. And see, for me, it's not even so much for mundane purposes. A great, you know, a great majority of the purpose for me is really ancestral and spiritual. You know, I can say that I know that it's the ancestors. My particular ancestors have a story that they want told. Okay, and it's a story that, when it comes to our folk, it's a story that less than a handful of people will ever be able to tell. Okay, I'm trying to save as much for the doc's show, without spoiling her show. Okay, I'm gonna get into detail, but again, we're gonna have the doc on, so I don't want to spoil it too much, but I'm gonna make it worth your while listening tonight at the same time. Okay, but me and the doc are, researching from different aspects somewhat too, so I won't really be spoiling the show, but it'll actually save her some time when she does her show, because I'm going to open up anyway, saying what I have to say now anyway. Okay, so I'm not spoiling her show, but what I will say is that with utilizing the DNA, I've been able to go back and show that the Native American slave trade is definitely not a figment of someone's imagination. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you something. Hold tight. See, the DNA test that I've been testing my elders, okay? And by doing that, I've been able to confirm Alan Calloway's book, The Indian Slave Trade. Okay, y'all know this book, right? I've been able to confirm it through the DNA because grandma's DNA results and my father's DNA results actually show the migrations between those indigenous people who were enslaved here in North America and taken to the Caribbean and vice versa. Okay. And those who've been taken from the mainland into the islands. Okay. And we'll take a look at some of that as we progress throughout the show. And I know I have some questions here. Okay, we got some more people who joined in. Hold on, let me finish with Amanda. Amanda says, "Yeah, that's where I'm stuck at." Yeah, a lot of people, and I know the feeling. It's not, those roadblocks are aggravating. Says, on my paternal line, I've got my fourth great grandfather born around 1833 in Georgia. Ah, Georgia. Yeah. That's my paternal line as well, Georgia. Okay, and that was that Cherokee line. Okay, in Georgia, on my paternal side. Okay, and let's see, how do you go back further using DNA matches? Ah, very good question. Beautiful, because that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Okay, and so we have Akil. No. Alki Amenhotep Bey. Do you have somebody that does genealogy full price? Um, you know, I really would have you to email, send me an email, and I'll give you the person that that my one of my cousins utilized to do one particular line of our family, and they did pretty good. Okay. Also have another cousin who does more so like genealogy from a DNA perspective, but I know she's quite private, and I would have to okay that with her first. Okay. But yeah, I'll put my email in the chat. And this is the old email is out of storage. So anyone trying to email me at the old email, you won't get me. So you hit me here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, you can hit me here. The Red Road East 05 at gmail.com. Hit me there. And just make a little notation. Just put, like as per the last show, blah 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 blah. You know. And let's see. Yeah, but yeah, if you're just looking to if you don't want to do DNA at all, you're gonna have to spend some bread. I'm talking about G money, big G money, because let me show you something. All right, this right here is just 2 lines of my family. Okay, and one of my wonderful cousins put this here together, and she paid a professional genealogist to do this, and just one line, and she didn't even do 2 lines. She did 1 line on here, okay, and that 1 line was like $500. Just 1 line, okay, and that was just going back to get like a couple of documents, okay. So there's more that we need to get, and that's going to be an additional 500. But that's not even that's just for a few, okay. And I know people who complain about paying like $100-something and things of that nature. And the people that I know who are charging that much, I'm like, you good. I'm like, you good. It couldn't be me, because do you know how time consuming it is to do genealogy? I mean, to get what I got, you have no idea how much sleep I sacrificed to get what I've got, what I've gotten. Okay. How much sacrifice I've made to get what I have right now. Okay. You have no idea. I do this almost 24/7. Okay. When people are out partying and BSing, I'm here putting in the legwork. Okay. And it's not it's not something that it's not for the faint of heart. If you give up easily, you can forget about it, because you're gonna get to a point where you're gonna have those roadblocks. Okay. And again, this right here, this is something very, my cousin she really put some nice time. See, and this is another thing. This particular cousin here, I met, this is a DNA relative that I met. I never even knew she existed. But, we linked up and we compared genealogies. And sure enough, she was a definite cousin because her relatives were my relatives. Okay. All it takes is a couple of phone calls. We knew who was who and this, that. But I knew from just looking at her surnames. Okay. I already knew we were relatives. I recognized surnames right away on the family tree. Okay. And so we called each other. We spoke for a while, and we planned a family reunion. Okay. And she put this nice, I gave her the notes that I have from the previous family reunions that I was a part of in my family and things of that nature. The first one we had was like in '83. I remember going there. My late cousin, she had organized that one. And then, we had some more in the early 90s and throughout the 90s and the early 2000s. Okay. So I gave her the booklets with the genealogy, and we both compared notes from that. And we planned one like 2 years ago. We had planned a family reunion, and we had another one. Okay. In down south. Okay. And she put this wonderful booklet together. Wonderful, very organized, very, very, very organized, very organized. Wait. Very organized. Very, very organized. I love how she put it together. It has, very, very nice booklet. Okay. And I take very good care of it. Okay. And so, and that would, if I hadn't done my DNA, I would have never even known that she ever even existed, because phenotypically, if you looked at her, you would think she was a Caucasian woman. Okay, so we would walk by in the street and never even know that I would never even know that she was a relative. But my big mama and her big mama were siblings. Okay. And there's, there's no doubt or question about that because, it's right there in the family tree. Okay. We got some more questions here, comment questions. Let's see. Okay, this is a very good question. I don't know that match is people don't seem to reply to questions about who they are and how they are related. I have to disagree. And the reason why I have to disagree, I agree, actually, I agree and disagree at the same time. And the reason for that is because you have some people, yes, who don't respond. However, for every one that didn't respond, I got 10 more that did respond. So you don't just stop there and you don't just let that discourage you. Okay. Let me give you an example. Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull up some things here. Hold on one second. Okay. Now, this is someone who I've never met. I'm not going to show it on the screen for their own privacy. However, I reached out to this person, and this was just yesterday. I said, "Greetings, so and so. I hope all is well with you. My maternal line descends from the blank family line. Our family trees, meaning mine and his, have the same names, except yours is a bit more extensive. I wanted to ask you, at what confidence level would you place the accuracy of your family tree? I hope to hear from you soon. All the best." Okay. And so now I'm just waiting for a reply. Okay. And sometimes it's how you ask the question. Okay. Because again, people are concerned about their privacy, and people are not just going to reply to someone that they don't know, relative or no relative. Okay. Someone who they don't know, didn't grow up knowing. Y'all may be related, but y'all didn't grow up together. They don't know you from a hill of beans. Okay. When you reach out to a DNA relative, always be courteous in the way that you greet them and state your intent. Okay. Because that's the main reason people are going to want to know with regards to your inquiry. They want to know, what is your intention. Okay. So you always state your intention, for genealogical purposes. You're trying to expand upon your family tree. You're trying to get past a roadblock. Okay. And I find that, when you come at people that way and they sense your sincerity, they'll respond. Okay. Here's another one. All right. Let me see here. It's another one that I sent. This was a couple of days ago. Okay. And give me one second. I'm just waiting for computer is buffering a little bit on here. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Okay, so this particular person, I sent them an invitation about 2 days ago. Okay, and I'm getting an email. That's how it works when you doing when you're doing the DNA and you have a DNA match and you reach out to them. They'll send you the company will send you, like right now, this is Ancestry. Like I said, I've tested on many different sites. So this particular one is on Ancestry. So I sent this 2 days ago. Ancestry sent me an email that they had accepted my invitation to connect. Okay. So now, just give me a second. They want me to log in. They have all these security protocols now because people tend to mess it up for everybody. So give me a second. Give me 1 second. Wait, what are they talking about? This is my correct email. What are they talking about? Come on, what are they talking about? Hold on. See, now they're just bugging out. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on with this, but for some reason, it's not taking my password, which I've been using for 1,000 years. Now, all of a sudden, it doesn't want to take my password. So now I'm going to change my password. It's the same password. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. But they're bugging out. Oh, come on. Lord have mercy. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I see what's happening. Give me 1 second, y'all. I apologize. Okay. I hate all of these security measures. Jesus Christ. Use until tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, guys. Just trust me. This is gonna be well worth the time. Okay, so here we are. All right. So now I'm in. So this particular person, I sent a message to them 2 days ago, uh, and they got right back to me in a prompt and timely manner. Okay, so and for the most part, that's been my response. People get right back to me. Either they get right back to me, or sometimes they're not really active on the site like that, so they may not even be checking. Okay, uh, but this particular person got back to me. Now let me hold on 1 second. Now let me see what they said. Okay, they said, "Hello, I am such and such by marriage. Before marriage, I was so and so surname." Okay, because I had a question about their surname. Okay, and so again, you have to look at the reasons why sometimes you don't get a response. Sometimes, like for instance, right? It'll say, okay, let me go back. So here I'm looking on 23andMe. This is 23andMe now, right? This is somebody I reached out to and they got back to me. And it says such and such a person. Then under that it says active, okay? And it says in the last day, okay? And they tell you how active the person is on the site. Sometimes you'll look and they'll say such and such a person last active 6 months ago. So when you see that, you know that that's a person that doesn't really check the site all that much. You see what I'm saying? So that's another reason. Sometimes it'll say such and such a person not last time active a year ago. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes it'll be 2 years ago. So that's somebody who you know you're more than likely not going to get a fast response to. Okay. Um, let's see. Uh, some more questions and comments here. Let me see. Okay. Why you could design says I don't reply to people who don't have trees because I like to see how we're related and find the common ancestor we share. Um, we don't have trees. Well, there's various reasons why sometimes people don't have trees. You know, sometimes people don't have trees because they don't know anything about their like say for instance, right? Okay, here, right? Here we have Caillou Sagamore. Okay, he doesn't have a tree. Okay, you never know. Cayuga Sagamore might have been somebody who reached out to you. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't have a tree because, as he said right here, he said, "My dad's not interested anymore. His mom's gone. He doesn't have a tree." You know, people don't have trees for various reasons. You know, it's not it's not always just because they don't want to have a tree put up. You know, some people are adopted. Some people were orphans. You know, how are they going to have a tree? You know, but they're trying to find their people. You know, so there's various reasons why you'll find people who don't have trees. Okay, and people are on these sites, they're trying to find, they come up as your matches, and they're trying to find out why you're coming up as a match and your particular family tree is unfamiliar to them, you know, or why you are related to them and they haven't heard of you before. They're trying to find out what's the relation. And I know that for a fact because I know a lot of people who come to me with the same concerns, you know, as people in the chat are expressing, where they're trying to find their people and this, that, and the other. And, you know, they're genuinely seeking and they can't go back but so far, you know. So some people have trees that are extensive. I've run across a lot of people who can't go past their parents. You know, some people can't even go past their parents, you know. So not everyone is as fortunate as those of us who do have trees or who do have extensive trees, you know. Um, let's see. And there's some more in here. Let me see. I was reading on international law of on DNA. Okay, and what did you find? Let's see. And who else we got on here? I communicated with someone that lives in Paris, Kyle Sagamore, who lives in Paris, France. We were not able, we are not too able together and find out how we're related. Um, well, then what you have to do is from there, you have to look to see what their DNA matches are, or what company were you utilizing for this particular person. It depends on the company. They call it different things. On Ancestry, they call it shared matches. On 23andMe, they call it, they say find relatives in common. You know, so you look at those and you follow the trail from there. Uh, Strong Bear, Mercury retrograde. Oh, we're in Mercury retrograde? I should have figured. Yeah, because I was trying to find a food item in my refrigerator. I put it in the refrigerator, two items, the same item. I put it in the refrigerator last night and it's not there. I was just getting ready to eat myself a nice piece of dessert before I got on here. And I was pissed off because that piece of dessert is not in the refrigerator. Go figure. So you know I was pissed off. Anyway, so I guess your Strong Bear woman was gonna join us in the chat, but I guess she's not able to get in. Keep trying. And Caillou Sagamo, oh yeah, that's the same comment. Let me see. I have a tree that goes back to paternal great grandfather. Okay, well that's a start. You know, you have to take that and work with it the best way you can, and keep reaching out to people. You know, if one person doesn't respond, try another person. You know, and just state your intent sincerely. You know, I know that person is related to my father, but I don't know how they were related to my father. They are 8 to 10 centimorgans to me. Yeah, yeah, it can be a challenge, man. Especially, it's really a challenge if you don't have, you know, a family tree on both of your parents' lines, you know, or both of your grandparents' lines. That can be a serious challenge. And, you know, that's where utilizing the paper trail could come in too. You know, it's complementary, you know, your yin and your yang, you know, paper trail, the DNA, you know, you got to utilize both. And you got to spend some money, you know, birth and death certificates, birth, marriage, and death certificates, you know, on Ancestry. You can order those, you know, try Ancestry and some of the other sites, you know, and you can get those records. Oh, here's Strong Bear Woman here. All right, Strong Bear Woman. I love your avatar there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, we're here uh, decoding and cracking these codes of genealogy and DNA, you know. And you have a lot of people who have a lot of very interesting comments and questions, you know. And I know you and I talk about this all the time, you know. And I've been, even since the last time we talked, I've been able to come across even more information with regards to my particular family tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hold on a second. Oh, we have one who has to go. Amanda, oh, I'm sorry that you have to go, Amanda. But do, you know, yeah, you can definitely catch the replay. Yeah, we're just getting started. You definitely catch the replay and do me a favor and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And it would be much appreciated. It won't cost you a dime, okay? And thanks a lot. I appreciate you coming in and joining in participating in the chat for sure. But let me see. Here's another comment. Give me a second here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I meant was to ask Elke Amenhotep Bey. Yeah, what was the findings that you were of the international law with regards to DNA? And yeah, but so I was talking about my DNA, and right now I'm talking to you, Strong Bear Woman, and how the finds that I've come across is the story that it tells is unprecedented. And on one hand, less than 5 people will be able to tell the same story. And the reason why I say that is because there I've been able to confirm with grandma's DNA and also with my dad's DNA the Native American slave trade and how it verifies this particular book by Galloway, Alan Galloway's book. And it also tells the story of how families were torn apart via the indigenous slave trade. And also, when my cousin comes on, she's also going to talk about the African aspect as well. Okay. And she has some receipts on that. Okay. And so, you know, unless you are able to go, you know, go back to like the at least the 1700s, you really don't know your family history. You know, just sad to say it, but this the lines expand so much. You know, each generation, you know, exponentially grows. You know, so you really have to either do the DNA or you're gonna have to spend big G money. You know what I'm saying, Strong Bear Woman? You there? You there,
Yes.
Strong Bear?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying it's almost impossible. Now I'm gonna show on the screen. I'm gonna show Dad's some aspects of Dad's some of the other files on Dad's DNA. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you talk to the people while I pull this information up. You can introduce yourself and you can talk about, you know, whatever you want to talk about. Just give me a minute. And I'm gonna give you the floor, Strong Bear Woman.
Okay. You gonna give me the floor? Well, my name is Jeanette Strong Bear Woman Jones, and I work with the brother here on the parade. And we talk about genealogy a lot. I'm in the process of trying to find my family as well on my mother's and my father's side.
But I know that you do have uh, a good amount of information even already,
Oh yeah, on my father's side. On my father's side.
and that's
And
going into Virginia, right?
that's going to Charles City. Going to Charles City. Yes. Yes.
You can keep talking. I'm pulling up some
Oh,
documents.
okay. And I know the most about him. I don't really know a lot about my mother's family. Because there's not that many of us, and people didn't really pass on that much information. Now I know that, but I have a cousin. He would be my second cousin. He knows more. He's done more of the research on that side. Because basically, I know who my great grandfather and my great grandmother is, but other than that, I don't know who their parents are.
And what year are you able to trace back to?
Well, my great grandmother was born in, when was she born? She was born in 1890. 1890. And my great grandfather was born either in 81, 1881 or 1884, circa, because they're not really sure about him.
Mm.
And he came from, see, they're from North Carolina.
And
So
what tribes?
I don't know. I really don't know.
But
I
I
don't
know
know.
that you there's some tribes that you do know of.
Well, I know my father's tribe was Chickahominy. That I do know, because he told me that himself before he died.
Mm-hmm.
My mother's people don't claim native. My mother's people don't claim to be native. So so I don't know. Like, I guess it's farther back, or they just went to colored. I don't know how it went with them,
Mm.
because my great grandfather came out of Rowan County, Salisbury, North Carolina, which is the county seat.
Mm.
And that is the land of the Catawbas. But
Okay.
so I don't really know anything, but I don't know his mother and father's name for certain,
Mm.
because he was a Parker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a Parker.
Mm.
I know they on the roll. I know some of them on the rolls.
Oh, okay.
But I really don't know. I really don't know. But him and my great grandmother was born Forsyth County.
Forsyth County.
Yeah, William. What's that? Winston Salem.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, Winston Salem.
Mm.
I don't know how. I don't know how they met. I really don't know how they met,
Mm.
or how, if they went to Raleigh, or I don't know how they met,
Mm-hmm.
because the people that could tell us are all gone.
Oh wow.
And see, the thing with them is that they were very closed mouth.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of that. You know, a
So
lot of that. A lot of people who are, tight-lipped. That don't talk about a lot of the family. They keep that stuff secret for whatever reason.
So I don't know. A lot of it has to do with mama's baby and papa's maybe,
Yep,
and
we were just talking about that.
yeah, a lot of it has to do with that.
Yeah, yeah, a lot. And shame. Because
Yes,
of it. You know,
shame. Yes, sir.
yeah, yeah. So people don't want to talk about it.
And that's how a lot of it. Everything's a secret.
Everything's a secret.
Yes. So it's not easy. And then unfortunately on that side of the family, it ain't. It's only about three of us left now,
Oh, really?
and I'm the youngest one.
Mm,
You know how old I am, so that's telling you all you need to know.
mm. Yeah.
and the other ones in their 70s.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I was the last one to be born, and my parents were older when they had me.
Mm,
So
mm.
I didn't know my grandmother or nor my grandfather. They had all died.
Really? You didn't know your
Yeah,
grandparents?
nope. I
Mm,
didn't know I didn't know oh, no, because my mother was 40 when she had me, and my father was 46.
mm,
So by the time I came around, my grandmother had died, and that she might have died while she was carrying me.
mm. Wow.
Yeah, I think passed. I think she passed while she was carrying me, and she didn't. Her grandfather, her daddy, didn't fool with her. And my mother was dead. They both had passed on. They died relatively young though.
Mm,
So I didn't know any of those people. Now I had a half sister. She knew my grandmother and grandfather, but I didn't know them myself because they were gone.
oh yeah.
Yeah, they were gone.
Mm.
So like when you tell sisters about stories about Big Mama and your grandmother and all that, I didn't have that experience.
Uh, mm,
I didn't have experience with a grandmother or grandfather.
mm. Wow.
So that also plays a lot into the situation I'm in also.
So then what you would have to do, you would have to utilize the DNA. That's the only way.
Yeah, because now my cousin, I think he done it. He has a whole bunch of information,
Mm-hmm.
but he can't figure out who is who. I
Mm,
gave him some information because he didn't know,
mm-hmm.
because everybody got the same name.
Mm, mm,
Um, it's so he's like, because he can't he we were trying to figure out exactly how they fall on a tree. And see, that side of the family was tied up with slavery.
mm, mm,
And I believe that part of the word emancipated, he told me that they were emancipated before the Civil War, like by 1862 or so.
mm.
62 or so. I have to ask him, as a matter of fact, the next time you have a show like this, I'm going to give him the information so he could turn on.
Okay, that'll be good.
Because he got a lot of information, but he can't figure out who is who, be, because we're in the same situation that I'm in.
Mm,
You didn't have the elders to tell us.
mm. Wow.
And my great grandmother I knew, but she died when I was 17.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she died 17. And my mother didn't really stay that close to her because a lot of stuff growing up, and she died when I was 17. As a matter of fact, we didn't even go down to the funeral.
Mm, wow.
So I don't know. My aunt knew a lot of stuff, and I was trying to I was getting some information out of her.
Mm-hmm.
But she's passed on. All of them on that level. All of my father, my mother was the last one to die, and all of them are dead.
Mm. Wow.
And
Yeah.
she was 88.
See, that's one of those things. Once these elders go, it's like a walking library. It's like a library is gone. you know, a whole library, because they carry all them stories with them, you
Yeah,
know.
if they were around, if they knew, if they were around, because a lot, depending on how far you could go back, or
Right.
they lived it, depends on how far they went back.
Yeah. But at least, even if they're not able to go back, but so far, a lot of times they may have cousins
Yeah,
or that they know that may have more information than them, or somebody related to them, or even extended family that they could point you to. But if they're gone, you're not even going to know all of that,
yeah, that's the problem.
you know?
Well, everybody on that level, everyone on that level, I believe it should be dead, because they would be over 100 years old.
Mm, wow.
They would be over 100 years old.
Mm,
So, um, yeah, because yeah, if my mother was alive, she would have been 102.
mm.
Yeah.
Kyle Sagamore says,
Yeah,
my,
it says great grandma's a white man, and we don't share this same surname at all.
yeah, well, uh, that's not a big that's not a big issue, because you have the surname, you still have the surname, that's still part of your lineage. So you can take that and you can research from there, you know. As long as you have a name, you're able to trace, you know. And if you can't speak directly to him, then that's where you do the paper trail, and also the DNA matches, you combine them, you know, that's where that comes in handy. Um, and we have, okay, someone new. Welcome, Mob and Mike. Says, I done got stuck in the 1820 to 50s on all lines, basically as far as ancestry allows for us. I'm wondering how you figured out who your people are. Very good question. And fortunately, I had my grand my parents, my grandparents, and my great grandmother accessible to me when I was growing up. So I picked their brains. I was one of those children who listened carefully to what was being said, and I took note of all of the mental note of all of that stuff. And when I became a young man, in my late teens and early 20s, I started to document that stuff, you know. And now, in terms of the 1820s and stuff like that, now, see, as far as in terms of what I was able to get when I was young, I was able to get, so we also had family reunions. See, family reunions that's another thing. That's where your family gets together and you could talk to all these people and you could get information. The information that I had from my grandmother, my both my on both of my lines, my uh, maternal and paternal lines, my grandparents, and on my mother's line, my great grand had information. On my father's side, my grandmother, she was the one that supplied 99% of the information for the family reunion. So she, I got it from her directly, Okay. And then from there were other relatives who had, you know, a little piece here and there, and I took from there and added to that. Okay. But you want to start, you know, once you start meeting, or should I say, if you have access to your cousins and family that's still around, y'all need to have a family reunion. Okay. And that's where, you know, information starts to come out. Okay. Even at the family reunion that we organized a few years ago. Okay. I got some more information that I thought I had all the information. And I got some more information. Like on one of my lines, on this line here, I thought that there was only 12 relatives back from in 1853. I thought that that particular line, there were only 12 siblings. When we had the family reunion, one of my relatives said, no, there was 22. Okay. So I had no idea. So those are some, and this is on the Matthews Mathis line. Okay. So I had no idea. So there's a whole line of Matthews and Mathises that are unaccounted for. Okay. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, because now I got to follow up with that particular relative so that I could get those names of those other 12. Of those other 10 siblings that I didn't have on my family tree. You see? Then, so now, and to answer the other part of this question, yeah, that's how that's in terms of who I knew coming up. But in terms of going back further than that, 1850s, like in terms of getting like further than that, I went to Family Search. Okay, and on Family Search, I was able to get past 1850 and go into the 1820s, because I was able to find some names that I didn't have. Okay, and so on Family Search, and that's a free website. Okay, and then with the DNA, I was able to go back even further, because I connected with relatives that had family trees, and their family trees had names and things that I didn't have, and I had names and things that they didn't have. So we exchanged genealogies. Okay, and then meeting with other relatives, I was able to discover even other branches that I didn't even know existed. Okay, and so what I've come to find out now is that I found out that my parents are actually distant cousins. Okay, and I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for DNA. That I would absolutely not have known. I would have absolutely not have known that if it were not for the DNA. Okay. The doc touched on it as well. Okay. And I discovered it back in 2017. I had discovered that, but I never, because what happened was I found out, wait a minute, I got to get some water. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Whew, needed that. Yeah, I absolutely would not have known that. I discovered it back in 2017 when I saw that my father had a DNA match who was from my mother's country, which is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay. And I'm like, wait a minute, how is dad matching someone from St. Vincent and the Grenadines who is also a match to mom? I said, well, maybe this is just coincidence. So I never followed up on it, you know, I just let it sit. And it wasn't until I did the show with the doc when she broke down his DNA that I decided to follow back up on it, because she was showing where dad had some Caribbean roots, even though I knew that he had Caribbean roots. And that we learned again, family reunion, okay? Because in one of our family reunions, one of these family reunions here, this was back in the 90s, okay? One of our relatives said that the original ancestor on one of these lines here was a slave, was enslaved from Jamaica, okay? And so that's how we found out about that. And we also knew about some Dominican heritage as well, some Haitian and Dominican heritage as well. We knew that from like some oral histories, right? And so, but other than that, everything else was just, you know, just hear what they call quote unquote FBA. You know, I don't use the term black because it is no such people exists in law. You know, that's a misnomer. Okay, but so when the doc did that show, and she also pointed out that my mom had some North American ancestry. Now that I didn't know at all. Okay, I didn't know anything about that. Okay, so that led me on a quest to really do a deep dive now. Okay, so now going back to dad, who I found a match with him going to St. Vincent. I'm like, how is dad having a match in St. Vincent? However, when his DNA results came back, it verified it. Okay, now check this out. Now, again, if y'all, those of you who saw the show, dad DNA matched to 52 Native American tribes. Okay, I'm gonna repeat that again, to 52 Native American tribes. Okay, and so I'm gonna share the screen and I'm gonna let y'all see. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I'm gonna pull that up. Give me 1 second. This is number 8. Okay, let me share screen. Let's see. Share screen. Window. Okay. All right. So I know that it looks a little small. Let me see if I can make this a solo screen. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Oh, here we go. Full screen layout. Okay. So if you want this to be a little bigger, you can do that on your screen. So if you look up at the top, you see a bunch of tribes, right? And this is just one of the files, okay? When you do a DNA test with this particular company, Native DNA, they give you an extensive breakdown. They give you all your tribes, not just Native American tribes, but tribes from all around the world, Africa included. Okay, now, of course, we know we have to dodge the hijack with regards to, we know that this, even with this particular DNA testing company, they're not using, and the same thing with all of these companies, they're not using the original populations. Okay, these are the modern day people on the reservation. However, it's still good enough because they still have the blood. Okay, so even though it's not, they're not the full blood, they are still, you still have the people, the descendants. Okay, and they still have the DNA, so it's still good to utilize. Just know that if your percentages don't look as much as you expected them to be, know that that's the reason. It's because you're not dealing with the original people, the, or should I say the you know, the actual full-blooded people, you know, who are buried in the soil. You know, they're not burying, I mean, they're not digging up, you know, the bones of those people. They're using the people that are currently there, whose blood is mixed. Okay, but it's good enough because at least the tribes show up in your results. Okay, and so we also know that a lot of times when with regards to African ancestry, you know, you have to dodge the hijack with that too, because the way that they ascribe African ancestry, it's based on your resistance to malaria, and also it's based on lactose intolerance. Okay, and so we know that there are a lot of tribes that were not accounted for. Some tribes went extinct here. Okay, and so a lot oftentimes you're in a situation where your DNA may not show up because of the fact that if it's not in their database, they're just going to ascribe the next closest thing, okay, which is whatever African tribe. You see what I'm saying? So those are things you have to keep in mind, okay? So, and sometimes, yes, they're spot on with the African designation. That's where your personal genealogy comes into play and your own due diligence and your own oral history. Okay, like I said, I have a cousin who she will be on the show at some point, and she has some oral history of both Africa and indigenous American. Okay, so it's all in you doing your own due diligence. Okay, so and all of that has shown up in my family's DNA. So here up at the top, you cut top going down, you see Ghana, you see Mozambique, then you see Creek, you see Saponi, you see Cherokee, all this right up at the top. You see Mestizo, Yucatan, Mexico, and Africa. Then you see Jamaica. What did I say that about the family reunion when the elder had told us that the original patriarch from that particular line was enslaved from Jamaica, okay, and brought to the States, okay, all right, and then going down, but with of interest to our particular conversation right now, with dad matching to my mother's country, which is St. Vincent, if you look going down on this list towards the bottom of the page, wait a minute, go up a little bit. Yeah, if you go towards the bottom of the page, you're gonna see Garifuna, okay? And you're gonna see that right here, okay? You're gonna see that right here towards the bottom. You see Garifuna, Bahamar, Honduras, and Akan, Ghana, okay? Where do the Garifuna come from originally? Anybody in the chat know where the Garifuna originally come from? If you know, put it in the chat. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, somebody says, I only know of them in South Carolina. Okay, well, that's a part of the diaspora of the Garifuna. But the Garifuna homeland, where the Garifuna originate, is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the Caribbean. Okay? So, how is it, for those who don't believe in DNA, that my father was able to take some spit and put it in a vial, and they verified what I found on a totally different DNA company of my father having a DNA relative from St. Vincent, and on this totally other DNA company, it shows that he has ancestry with the Garifuna. And the Garifuna homeland is St. Vincent. A lot of people know of Garifuna from Honduras, but that too is part of the diaspora. That's not where they originate. You see? And so this is where this is how you confirm things. Not only that, okay, it's just with his DNA results, it confirms everything with regards to our family oral tradition, okay? Because my family already knew about Cherokee ancestry and Blackfoot, okay? And here it is right up at the top of the page, okay? You see Occaneechi Saponi, which is Southern Blackfoot, okay? And the Cherokee, all right? And they're verifying right under that the Jamaican, okay? So, and that's just the beginning of it, all right? So what I did was I took it even further, and this is to answer the question of the person who asked, well, how was it that I was able to, what was the question? They asked, um, how was it that I was able to find my people or something to along those lines. And that was part of how I did it, you know. And also looking at these tribes here, and again, this is just one file, okay? This is just one file, okay? If you continue to look down, you're gonna see a whole lot of other tribes, okay? Indiana African American, okay? That's just another way of saying the ancient people here, okay? Ojibwa, okay, Michigan, all right? You see that right here, okay? Ojibwa, Michigan. And you even see where some intermixing comes in. It says Ojibwa and Bantu, okay? Then under there, Equatorial Guinea, okay? And then Bahamas, okay? And then we have Navajo, okay? Navajo in Africa. So you had a Navajo, someone from Navajo, and what may have been someone from Africa mixed in there, okay? And then you have Chickasaw, okay? Right there, Chickasaw. Chickasaw and Ghana, okay? Muskogean Creek, okay? Muskogean. Muskogean mixed with a Dutch and mixed with a Kenyan, okay? Then Creek, Georgia Creek, and Bantu, okay? Illinois African American, okay? Again, that's just another name for the ancient people here, you know, what they call African American, all right? Taino, okay? You see Taino here via Bahamas, okay? And mixed with an Angolan, okay? Abaco, Bahamas, again, under that. And then Florida Muskogee, all right? Going all the way down, okay? Now you see African Pygmy, okay? Those are the little people. Now keep in mind, that the little people, okay, now the little people are those people who predated the tribes here. Okay, all the tribes, if you look at the tribes' oral histories, they say that the little people were here before they got there. Okay, so whenever you see that African pygmy, know you're talking about the little people. Okay, and you find those little people all over the world. Okay, all over the world, and they're always what they call negritos. Okay, all right, and keep going down. You know, you see Nansemond, okay, and you see Mayo, or for people of Sonora, Mexico, and Fulani, Burkina Faso, okay, and you find um, Quico, Nayarit, Mexico, okay, the indigenous peoples there, okay, and some Ethiopian mix in there, okay. Um, then some more Mayo people in Mexico and Alabama African American or indigenous. Chickasaw again. Then Nansemond of Virginia. Okay. I see that Strong Bear Woman got knocked off. Strong Bear Woman, you're not there. If you're listening, uh, try to come back in. I'll let you in. Okay. And then we have Gabon, Africa. Okay. And some Basque. Okay. And now the Basque. Okay. Now, with regards to the Basque, now their language is not related to anything in Europe, but it has been found to be Algonquin in nature. And why is that? That is because indigenous peoples were traveling up into Europe and even northern parts of Africa and populating there 11,500 years ago. Okay, and of course they would take their language with them. Okay, and you can verify this with David McRitchie's book, Ancient and Modern Britons, as well as Jack Forbes, The American Discovery of Europe. Okay, and I talk about that in more detail in my book. Okay, for those who don't have the book, you know, let me know. You can get that, and you'll, get that information in greater detail. Okay, and then you find Akan, okay, from Ghana, mixed with Lakota, okay, Cheyenne River and Standing Rock. All right, so, and one of my cousins, the one that I was telling y'all about, when she comes on, she's gonna tell y'all about some oral history with regards to Ghana. Okay. And again, I wouldn't have known this had I not connected with her via the DNA. Okay. And so then you see some ancestry down here from Rajasthan, India, okay, mixed with some Ghana, okay. Now, what's interesting about the India is that on my maternal line, my mother's maternal, going through those matriarchs, there is ancestry, there is East Indian ancestry, okay. And this was verified when I went to the doctor about 6 years ago. The doctor, I had a foot injury, and the doctor said, when they did the x-ray, they said, oh, this is interesting. She said, you have a heel spur that is unique to people from India. Okay. So here we have the DNA verifying, okay, uh, stuff that is right on point. Okay. And then we have at the bottom, you have Nigeria, right under that, Nigeria, okay, Benin, Nigeria, Bantu, Fawn, Equatorial Guinea, and Basque. Then you have Chickasaw again, and Igbo, Nigeria. Then you have Lumbee, North Carolina, okay, and Bantu, and then Guinea-Bissau under that, okay. And let's see. Oh, we got some more people on the check-in. Oh, good. All right. So let's see. We have Day Chiefin. He did say he was gonna tune in. Thanks for tuning in, fam. That's a lot of American tribes. Yep. Yep. That's a lot of 52. And that's just on dad's side. We haven't even gotten to grandma yet on my maternal side. Okay. And yes, it's called native DNA. Yep. Native DNA. And if you're looking for indigenous American ancestry, native DNA is the way to go. And I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it again. You're going to want to check them out before they shut them down, and they are trying to shut them down, just to give you a heads up, okay? But if you want native DNA, that's the company to do it through, okay? Ancestry, 23andMe, the indigenous ancestry doesn't really show up like that. Reason why? Why? Because the reason for that is because when they talk about the populations that they use, they're not using North American, East Coast, tribes, and Caribbean tribes for the most part. You know what I'm saying? They're using like Central America and, Central and South America and, stuff like that. So it would make more sense for you to utilize a company that has samples from where your people come from. Okay? And that's why native DNA is the one that I really feel is more worth your money. Now, that's not to say that you can't use those other companies, because yes, what we also understand is that the small percentages of DNA means that your ancestry is further back in time on the land. Okay, that means your indigenous American ancestry is ancient on the land. The bigger percentages is more recent admixture. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Oh, I appreciate both of y'all. Yeah. And yeah, they're responding to each other. And Kyle Sagamore says, can you do a live on European admix? I have lots of questions on Basque. I see that ethnic group a lot on my ancestry DNA matches. So you'd be good to come on when we have the doc, and also my cousin. Okay, that would be excellent. Okay, so make sure you tune into those shows, and the doc is gonna be on towards the end of the month. Okay, definitely want to tune in for that. And when we have Jawara listening in, thanks for joining in, man. Appreciate you. Yeah. And Day Chieftain says, when I did my mom's Jed match and True Ancestry, I noticed my mom's DNA matches is closely linked to the Lumbee. And when I did my genealogy, I found Lumbee on my mom's side, but through cousin-in-laws. Interesting. Wow. Linked to the Lumbee. Yeah. So, you merge the DNA and the paper trail. Okay. And and you're gonna find out that there's more to it as well. You just keep digging and keep with the paper trail, keep talking to relatives, and you're gonna be able to even connect those dots even further. You know. And we have another person who joined in. Thanks for joining in, Quinn Haas 7692 says, why don't the DNA companies explain that, or do they not know? Well, there's different reasons, See, when you deal with any science, you must have a proper historical perspective. Just because they're a DNA company, that doesn't mean that they're historians and they don't have the proper historical perspective. And also, let's just be real about it, okay? You have a lot of gatekeepers, okay? And they're not gonna tell you, okay? And this is why with any science, you have to have those from among us to learn those sciences. Like we have the doc, like we have Brother Tyrone Lewis Cannon, like we have my cousin, Empress, okay? And we have to go into these fields, okay? As Brother Hakeem Bey used to say back in the days, we have to train and field our own archaeologists, give them the proper historical perspective, and let them learn these sciences and go in and be able to bring this knowledge back to our people. Okay. And but they just, that's the reason why you don't get that from these companies. Okay, but there's a team of us we're decoding all of this stuff, and Kyle says, I got 0.45 indigenous South American spanning Panama to Venezuela. Okay, and that's on what 23andMe. And okay, we have another person joined in. Thanks again for joining in. WW Mario G. Mario from South Carolina. I found out on my mom's side of the family, her mom, my grandma, and great grandma live in Indian land in Williamsburg, South Carolina. That area is called Waccamaw. Ah, nice, nice. And if I remember correctly, that's where Professor Small, James Small, said were his people. Yeah. And let's see here. Thanks for joining in, Mario. And definitely, Mario, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Much appreciated. And we have another person on the check-in, just joined in, K595. Says, thank you for your scholarship. I have endless family records that constantly shift my ancestors' racial designations from colored, black, and mulatto. I found out they were free people of color. They did the same thing with mine too. You know, they'll shift the designations, you know. It'll be colored, and then they'll shift it to Negro, shift it to black, or blah, blah, blah. And, you know, so just keep those things in mind. And you have to know that they're playing this game, okay? We have to tell our own story and put all this into proper perspective, you know? But whenever you see that, you know, colored, free people of color and things of that nature, 9 out of 10 times, you know, those were indigenous people. Okay. Then Day Chieftains of DNA testing doesn't tell 100% of the truth, like Dr. Fatu explained before. We are not adding our true lineages. Bro, that's what I just got finished saying like 2 minutes ago. That it's, I said that I spent about 10 minutes explaining that. They're not telling you everything. I went into detail big time about that. Okay. And Mob and Mike says, I appreciate what you're doing too, Red Road East. I was just taking notes in my head. Yeah. Ancestry. Oh, you were on Ancestry. Yeah. Okay, so Ancestry. Now Ancestry, and let's see, going back to what the question was. We'll go up a little bit. We were talking about I think you were saying I think that was with regards to the French and the Basque and all of that. I think that's what I was asking, which company. Oh no, you think you were saying how much Ancestry? Yeah, 0.45, I think you said on Ancestry. Yeah, but like I said, on those companies, you're not gonna find too much on with regards to the native ancestry. But again, 0.45, all that's saying is that your ancestry is ancient on the land. 0.45. If it was a higher percentage, it would be more recent on the land. You know, when you get those high numbers, 50%, 70%, and all that, that's more recent. Okay. And That's where you study the works of the brother Tyrone Lewis Cannon. He broke that down beautifully where he talked about those percentages. Okay. And so you're still good with that. Okay. You're still good with that because all it's saying is that your blood is ancient on the land. Okay. And so, of course, these DNA companies, as I said before, you're not getting it 100%. But what we're doing, if you listen to what I'm saying, is we're decoding the information. Okay. We're decoding. We don't have to rely on them because there are those of us who are on here decoding the information. We're not relying on them to tell us anything. We're decoding the information. Okay, I want y'all to pay close attention to my words and what I'm saying. We are decoding the information. Okay, not properly decoding the information, I would not be able to take my ancestry back to where our people were being traded from the mainland to the Caribbean and vice versa. Okay. So much so, I've got it on lock. So now I'm putting together where the actual, started putting together, along with other cousins of mine, the families that were broken apart via slavery. Okay. That's where we're at with this. We are actually, that's why I said the information that myself and my other relatives, and come to find out, by the way, Dr. Fatou Diarra is a cousin of mine, and I found that out via DNA. Okay. But the information that I've come across recently, less than 5 people out of all our people here in the Americas are going to be able to do, because the fierce truth seeker is a decoder like that. Okay. And the fierce truth seeker has sense enough to align himself with those who have the knowledge and expertise where we can feed off of each other knowledge wise. Okay. But I've been able to now show, like how you watch these shows like Roots and all that, which we know Roots was a fictional, but we do know that it was real in the sense of there was an indigenous slave trade, and it was real to an extent where you did have some Africans that were brought here. It's just that that's not the story of all of our people. Okay. But in the sense that where they talk about how families were broken apart during slavery and there's no paper trail, and you'll never be able to, some of them, you'll never be able to find those links because of the fact that some of our families were broken apart, sent abroad, sent to other states, sent to other islands and stuff like that, and no documentation sometimes, oft times. Okay. So, but with the research that I've been doing, I've been able to put those families back together. Huh? Now, how many of y'all in the chat can say that you've been able to do that? Families that were broken apart via slavery with no documentation. Put a 1 in the chat if you have been able to do that. And I'll wait for a long period of silence. Ding, dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Ding, dong, 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 dong. Okay? So I'm saying that to say that is how nice we've gotten with this, with the decoding of this information. And the fierce truth seeker is here giving you tips on how to do it. Okay? Because the fierce truth seeker has put in the time. Those in my circle can tell you how much sleep I have lost and how dedicated and diligent and how dogged the fierce truth seeker is about this, and how much sacrifice the fierce truth seeker has made to be able to do this. Like I said, the work that myself and my family members have done is unprecedented. It has not been done yet. And it's actually not even documentary worthy, it's movie worthy. Because nobody has done it yet. Nobody has done it yet. Okay? We're talking about actually can show. Okay, all right. Let me show you let me make it real for you. Okay? So what I've discovered, and my small team of family members have discovered, because everybody on our team is family. Okay? The doc is family. Okay? My cousin Empress is family. Okay? I have a few other family members, okay, who are involved in this. Okay? And we can show. Now, my cousin Empress, she can show you, you know, doing it, typing this stuff in the computer and coming up with figures and, digital printouts, of, where the lines, you can look at the lines on the centimorgans and, all of that stuff, and she can show how it matches all of that. I can show you with the genealogy and the DNA, okay, who's related to who, okay. The doc, she does her thing too with, breaking all this stuff down and, showing you, from a myriad of perspectives that, she's been able to decode with, and so I'm going to show you something here. Now, I've been able to find out that my parents, again, as I said, are distant cousins. Okay? This was never mentioned in any family reunion. There is no documentation of this. What the fierce truth seeker did was look at all the DNA matches, okay, and follow a trail. Okay, now this has taken me thousands of hours to do. Okay. And oh wait, before I go forward, there's some other people in the chat. Hold on, don't let me forget that point. Some people, I want to make sure I get to everybody. I'm assuming that's the tribe I am the closest to me, and the Sioux tribe because my mom's dad from Sumter, South Carolina. Oh, okay. And let's see. And it says on my mom's paternal side, my fourth great grandfather was from Alabama, and he was reclassified as mulatto 4 times. One census said he was white, and then next said it was black. Yep, that's the game they play. Okay, that's the game they play. And you find that a lot that they did with the whole reclassification, the paper genocide. Um, yeah, they hide it, and you have to hack it. That's right, you have to hack it. And Quinn Haas says, I sent Mr. Cannon an email, but he never responded. Do you have his email address I can use? Maybe I have an old one. Okay, send me an email. Okay, I'll put my email up again, and send me an email. I'll forward you. I'll forward him your information, and make sure that he gets back to you. He gets busy. I'm going to tell you straight up. He gets busy like that. Don't take it personal, because I've had the same experience. Because he has tons of people that he has to do this stuff for, and I know from personal experience. One time I had to chase him down for a whole year. So don't take it personal. I'll send me that email, and I'll make sure that he gets it, and gets back to you. And Cayo says, I know I have indigenous Mexican roots, and all my people are Haitian. I seen dozens of Mexicans matches in the 15 to 20 centimorgans. I just don't know those ancestors' names. Yeah, and that's the thing with that. You have to reach out. You have to send them a notification. Reach out. Just tell them what you're trying to do. Just tell them, you have nobody that you can consult with regards to who your people are. And I'm just trying to find my people, and somebody will respond. Again, this is where you utilize the DNA and the paper trail. You may have to, and I can also talk to my cousin and see if she can help you as well. And you may also have to pay a professional genealogist. Again, it's quite expensive, but if you really want to know, you make the sacrifice. We sacrifice for things that are more mundane. I know people who they have a sneaker fetish, and they'll spend hundreds of dollars on sneakers, even thousands of dollars. So it's all in what's important to you. For me, this type of stuff is important to me. So those who are near to me and dear to me, they know that I spend a lot of money obtaining this information. Okay, so these are just things that you have to do. If you want it, you got to pay for it. It's like in that movie, Jupiter Ascending. Jupiter Ascending and say, freedom ain't free. You got to pay for freedom. Freedom is expensive. And so, yeah. And yep, paper genocide was brutal. It was. And so on top of that, they'll have white people in nearby areas with the same name and similar birth dates, all to add to the confusion. That is very true. That is very true. I've even seen it with my own family. Okay. And that's where the DNA comes in, So, yeah, it gets tricky with that. Yeah, we have Chico the Coaster checking in from Vegas. All right. I'll catch up on the beginning later. Yeah, definitely. You're quite welcome. Yeah. So back to what I was saying before. So now my parents, I found out that my parents were our distant cousins. But, and again, this is not in nobody's written anywhere. This is what I was able to decode utilizing the paper trail and the DNA combined. Okay. Just doing one thing, you're not going to be able to do it. Just with the paper trail alone, you're not even going to be able to come close with the paper trail. You're not even going to get in the ballpark with the paper trail. The DNA is what got me 85%. I would say even 95% to that conclusion. And it's based on facts. Okay. And I'll show you how in a minute. Okay. So, but that was through seeing the results of my father's DNA on native DNA and my grandmother's results on native DNA, triangulating, okay, utilizing native DNA and Ancestry and 23andMe, okay? And I came up with a technique to be able to triangulate all of those bits of information, and I found matches on my mother's side matching my father's side, and my father's side matching my grandmother's side. Okay. And when we look at my grandmother's DNA, okay, again, now the doc is going to come on and she's going to come from a different perspective. I don't want to spoil her show. I'm going to give you a sneak peek into, okay, give me 1 second here. What happened to Strong Bear? She just fell off. Did she fall asleep? Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. See what I'm giving y'all here? Tell me how many other channels are able to give you what I'm giving you here tonight. Okay? Again, what I've been able to do with this stuff is unprecedented. Nobody has done it yet. Okay? Nobody has done it yet. I'm trying to find my phone so that I can call Strong Bear Woman and see what happened. She might have, I know she dropped off, but she might have fallen asleep. Now, where's my phone? Oh, the phone got away from me. I'm not going to spend too much time looking for that. The show must go on. But anyway, so let me show you something here. I'm going to take this off here since we're finished with that. Okay, we're finished with that. And I'm going to share another document. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see something else. Give me 1 second. I want to show y'all. Again, I'm not going to spoil the doc's show, but I know y'all been waiting And I know we had to cancel twice. So I'll give y'all a sneak peek. Give me a second. I'm looking for grandma's. Let's see. Grandma's results. Grandma's DNA. Let's see. Give me a second. And keep in mind, y'all, I just found out from Strong Bear Woman that we're in Mercury retrograde. And so a lot of things that should be at my disposal are not at my disposal. And some of you may find the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to have to go and actually download it again. Give me 1 second, because grandma's DNA is not coming up, even though I know I had it there. So give me 1 second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. I'm going to have to download this. Give me a second. Let's see. Give me a second. Let me share the screen. Okay. Share. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Essence. Share screen. Window. Okay, here we are. Okay. So now, let me just. Now, my grandmother is from the Caribbean, right? From the island of St. Vincent. No type of North American anything on my maternal side of the family. Everybody is Caribbean to the bone from various Caribbean and Latin American islands and countries, right? So now tell me why, as you look on her DNA test results from native DNA, why you have here, what is Lumbee, North Carolina doing up here? Okay, what is Lumbee doing up there? What is well, I mean, I can see the two, the P, you know, the two, and Pima, okay, because I already knew about the Pima. Okay, I knew about the Pima from my, because 23andMe, they test and their thing is Mayan and Pima. All right, but what's Melungeon? What's Melungeon? Look right here. What's Melungeon doing there? Now again, my grandmother, born and raised in the Caribbean. My mother, my grandmother, all of them are from the Caribbean. Okay. Torres Strait Islanders. Pima again. Tuscany and Italy, Caucasian mixture. Then we have a Lumbee and Caucasian mixture. A Lumbee and Tuscany, Caucasian mixture. Then we have the Lumbees in North Carolina. Then we have Lumbee and Gabon. Okay, so we have some African admixture there. Lumbee and Finland. Lumbee and Ojibwa mix. What's all this Lumbee stuff? Okay, that's a lot of somebody say that's a lot of Lumbees. Okay, and say my guess is because of the intra-American slave trade. Exactly, my whole point. That's what we were saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. Okay, what's Cherokee doing there? Okay, what's Cherokee doing there? Okay, and we have two again. Okay, China. All right, well, we know that Chinese migrations here and this, that, and the other, you know, I can see that, and you have a lot of Chinese in the Caribbean too. Okay, but that's not a big surprise. What's Comanche? Look at here, Comanche. What's Comanche doing there? Huh? Pima again. Here's Lumbee again. Lumbee and Belarius. Here's Pima again. Okay, somewhere down the line, a Pima and a Russian mixed together. Okay. Okay. I mean, pick Pima and a Caucasian, and then Pima and a Russian, Europe, then Caucasian. Well, we already know there's Caucasian because my great grandmother, okay, was half Caucasian, okay, and one of her parents was full Caucasian and what they call a Dougala in the Caribbean, Dougala, which was someone who is mixed, you know, usually of East Indian or American Indian admixture, okay, and then Lumbee again, Lumbee and Basque, Lumbee and Basque. Then Pima again, Pima in Europe. Then here we go, Lumbee again, Lumbee and Galicia, someone from Spain. Then Lumbee again, Lumbee and someone from Serbia mix. Then Huancas, Peru, Pima and Italy, Sardinia mix. Then Lumbee and Azores, Portugal. Okay. Then Lumbee again. Lumbee and Belarus, Serbia mix. Then Lumbee again. Lumbee in France and Italy pooled. Then Pima again, mixed with Strathcycle, Scotland. We know about the Scottish. That's in my family. That's some of my direct family is Scottish. We already know about it. Cape Verde, then Pima again. Pima and Orkney, Basque, and Russia. Then Pima again, Pima Indian, Mexico and Orkney, Basque, Russia. Then Pima again in Sardinia, mix. Then Lumbee again in Italy and Gabon mix. Then Tofala. Then Pima again, Pima and Basque, Orkney. Then Pima again in Basque. Then Lumbee and Gabon. Then Lumbee and Basque again. Lumbee in Italy and Scotland. Then Comanche and Tuscany mix. Then Pima again. Then Lumbee again. Then Finland and Estonia. Then Huancas, Peru. Then Pima again in Sardinia. Then two again in China. Then Lumbee and Serbia. Then Lumbee again and Karamoja, Uganda mix. Then Chippewa, northeast Minnesota. Then Lumbee, North Carolina, and Mozambique. Now, check this out. Now, again, my grandmother is from the Caribbean. My mother is from the Caribbean. What is all of this North American stuff? The intra-American slave trade. Okay. And we do see some African in there, but we're looking at a whole lot of North American. There is absolutely no oral history on my mother's side of the family of anything North American. If you were to meet my mother's family, they're anything but North American. They're all Caribbean. Okay. So, again, this you're not going to find in a paper trail. If so, you're going to have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to find it. How many of y'all in the chat have tens of thousands of dollars to spend on genealogy? Put a 1 for yes, put a 0 for no. But I know some of y'all are balling like that. So, you know, I know some of y'all are going to put a 1. Quinn Haas, come on, stop fronting, man. I know you balling like that. I know you balling like that. Come on now. Kyle Sagamore said no. Come on now. Somebody's gonna put up a 1. Day Day Chieftain said, I don't. Day Day. Chieftain. You got the name Chieftain. Chiefs got money. Chiefs got money, man. How you a chieftain and you ain't got no money? How you a broke chieftain? No, I'm just kidding. Oh man, but yeah, the real talk though, you know, if you're a chieftain, you're supposed to be balling out like that, you know. But you know, if you got the dough, you may be able to, and even then, it's no guarantee. And again, I told y'all how expensive it is to hire a professional. So y'all be hiring these local people to do your genealogy, and they're not really charging you. I talk to some of these local people, and I tell them, I say, man, you good, and they're complaining. You know, people complaining about, you know, they're taking too long to do the genealogy, and I'm like, you complaining and you only paying like $200, $300. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't do genealogy for a living. I would only do it for family and friends, and even then, I wouldn't charge for it because it's too much. Okay, it takes too much time. It's too time consuming. It's enough doing my own personal genealogy. Oh, I see Dad is in the house. Yeah, Dad is in his house, and so it's too much, man. You all have no idea how time consuming genealogy is, and some of y'all don't have much genealogy to begin with. So you got to think, if you're hiring a professional genealogist to do this kind of work, it's going to take bread. Again, my cousin, okay, just to get this here, and this, she only did one of these family lines, and this ain't even my whole family. This is just a small fraction of my family, okay, and she only did the in-laws. This is not even my blood family here that she paid for. By default, my blood family is in those records because it's through marriage. But you know, in terms of like deep like records and stuff like that, she only did her particular intersection of families, which also includes, you know, the part that we're related on. But the part that she paid for is the part that we're not related on. And that in and of itself was $500. And that didn't even give her, that wasn't even scratching the surface. So imagine, okay? So, okay, back to grandma's genealogy here, right? So now we haven't even gotten to like with grandma's, like with my maternal line, we knew about the Garifuna, okay? And that's Garifuna on both my grandmother's and my grandfather's line, okay? And we'll see it. Let me see here. Let me see. Hold on, let me remove that for a second. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm looking on here. Give me 1 second. Be right with you. Give me 1 second. There. Don't go anywhere. It's gonna get real good. Hold tight. Okay. Share the screen. And let me remove this one. Wait, let me see. No. Remove that one. How do I? Supposed to be able to just X this. Oh, stop sharing. Okay, there we go. All right, so now share that. Share screen, window, and oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, so now, okay, like I said, we knew about the Garifuna on grandma's, right? So if you look on here, you see at number 39, going down here, right here, you see Garifuna, okay? You see Garifuna. But I expected it to be much higher up, okay? Because unlike these tribes here, I can tell you who, I can point to the common ancestors who was Garifuna and things like that. I can put names to that, okay? Here on this DNA thing, I can't, okay? However, oh, and the doc is in the chat. What's up, cuz? So she says, yeah, she matches more tribes in North America um, than from North America. That's true. She matches more North American tribes. And I'm actually saving that part for you, Doc, because I told them I don't want to spoil your show. So I didn't show the ancestry certificate because I was saving that for when you come on the show so that, you know, I don't spoil your show. I'm giving them a sneak peek, you know. Uh, so she actually, yes, I'm not gonna, so I don't spoil Doc's show, I'm not gonna show you the percentages, okay? Um, but she matches, she has higher percentages of North American tribes than most people from North America, okay? And Doc says many of the Caribbean people match more tribes from North America than North Americans. Okay. Doc say, okay, I'll shut up. I mean, you don't have to, you know, but I was just saying, I reserve that so that you can have your talking points when you come on the show. But yeah. And also, Doc, I was doing some more research on 23andMe, and guess what? I saw some relatives, some DNA matches to pits. To pits. Okay. In light of what we were talking about in the first show that we did, okay, showing our connection, okay. But so now, when I looked at this, at first I thought there was a mistake, okay. Doc says, wow, says, I definitely have Georgia matches. Yep. Yep. And so I thought it was a mistake. So I wrote the person who is the head of this particular DNA company, and I asked him if he made a mistake with my grandmother's results. Okay. And I'm going to read you his response. I'm going to read you his response. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read his response. One second. So I said, I asked him, I said, hi, I was just wondering if my grandmother's, oh wait, no, it's not that one. Let me see. That was the other one. Okay, it's not that one. Give me 1 second. Okay, no, it's not that one. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Trying to find the email. Back one. And remember, everybody, this is Mercury retrograde, so it's hard to, things are a little bit harder to find. Things that should be right in your face are not right in your face. When Mercury is in retrograde, everything technical starts to go haywire. Because this should be right here. 25th, 30th. And why is it? Uh, oh, here it is. Okay, so I wrote him and I said, hi, Chris. Thank you so much for delivering my grandmother's test results. However, my grandmother is from the Caribbean. Those results seem reflective. Now, of course, I know about the indigenous American slave trade. I just wanted to hear it come from his mouth. Okay. I wanted to see what he had to say about that. Okay. So I said, however, my grandmother's from the Caribbean. Those results seem reflective of someone from North America. Is it possible that she may have received someone else's results? And which it is quite possible. And I did think to myself, well, that could be, so I have to ask because of the fact that even though I am aware of the indigenous slave trade, the thing is that with her being from the Caribbean, I would not have expected such high North American results. Okay. So I said, those results seem reflective of someone from North America. Is it possible that she could have received someone else's results? And if they are, in fact, her results, I have, oh, wait, that's unimportant. Okay, so we could get right because that's some other stuff. So I'll get right to his response. So he says, "Hi, thank you for reaching out concerning your grandmother's results. Yes, the first thing I noticed is that she has a strong tie to Eastern USA tribes. Since your grandmother is from the Caribbean, this is likely tied to this is likely tied to Native American slavery, as large amounts of native slaves were taken to the Caribbean in the 17 and 1800s. Everything looks good concerning the viability of your grandmother's data, and I believe the analysis is sound. Thank you again, and please let me know how else I can help." Okay, so he said it himself, the Native American slave trade. Okay, and they says they said, "I'm not an actual chief, but I am a descendant of chiefs." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I know. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to put that joke in there. Yeah, genealogy is quite expensive, and let me see. Uh, Quinn Haas says, "Hi, how do I find out when you will be on ahead of time?" Yeah, we're going to talk about that date very soon. Thinking it may be somewhere around the end of the month. It'll more than likely be on a Saturday around this same time. Uh, but I'll post it up on my community page. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, so he even said this is the owner of the DNA site about the Native American slave trade. Okay, and so I'm looking at grandmas. I don't want to spoil the doc's show, but well, I'm not even gonna say that. But what I will say is that yes, the doc is right. She has more percentages than most people from North America, more North Native American tribes, or just Native American tribes in general, than most people from North America. And so even dad's tribes were not as much as grandma's. Okay. And we're gonna see why in a minute. Okay. So when we look at grandma's tribes, a lot of her tribes are the same tribes as dad's tribes, right? So that led me to start going on a hunt and start trying to put pieces together to see where possible connections could be, because even the doc said that she noticed that there's some endogamy. Okay. And so what I came to find out was yes, indeed, there was endogamy. So the tribes, the reason why is because my father's people and my grandmother's people were tribes, were family members that were separated during the Native American slave trade. And I was able to find that out through DNA matches. Okay? And there's relatives of my father's who are matched relatives of my grandmother's and my mother's, and also my cousin Empress, okay, who's gonna be on the show at some point. She even matched, she's a cousin on my Caribbean side, on my mother's side, on my grandmother's side. And she matches to both my mother and my grandmother. But she pointed out to me by doing this here on the computer and looking at numbers and figures and things of that, she said, your parents are distant cousins. And I said, well, she said, I'm related to you. And this was just by us having a phone conversation. And she looked at my JED match. Okay, JED match is another thing you want to look at. She looked at my JED match and a couple of other little, programs that she's got. And she said, I'm related to both you and your father. Okay. And so from that point on, I thought about the match that I found of my father back in 2017, where he matched someone on my mother's side from St. Vincent. And so I started following up on that lead. So when I started following up on that lead, I started looking at surnames. So here's a trick. Okay. When you find DNA matches, you want to start looking at their surnames. If they don't have a family tree put up, start looking at their surnames. Even if they don't want to talk to you, look at their surnames. Okay. On 23andMe, they have, when you see DNA relatives, they have a feature there that says family surnames. And it'll show what family surnames come up most frequent with you. Okay, let me see if I could find some of those here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm looking. Oh, now. Oh, before I get to that, check this out. So let's see here. I want y'all to check something out. I want y'all to check something out. Let's see here. I told y'all this is going to be fire tonight. Okay, there's another one I want y'all to check out. Give me 1 second. I want y'all to see something. And I'm going to show y'all why this whole thing is spiritual. And I always say it's good to have a connection with your ancestors. It's good to have a connection with your ancestors because they're going to lead you to where you're supposed to be. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for something here that I found made a whole lot of sense. Wait a minute. Where is it? Give me 1 second. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Good. Give me 1 second. And I'm not going to keep you all too much longer, but I want to give you all some strategies here that you could utilize. And we're going to get more in depth when the doc comes on. Okay. And so let me share this screen here. Share screen, window. Come on. It's acting crazy. Give me 1 second. Why is this acting up? Okay. Share screen, window. Okay, here it is. Okay, so now this is another file coming from that same DNA company because he gives you a lot of files. Okay. And if you look, let me remove this here. Now, if you look here, right up at the top, you see African Bolivian, which is Bolivian, Dogrib, Northwest Territories, Canada. Okay, and right under that, what do you see? San tribe, Namibia. Now, I find it very interesting that back in the early 90s, I was staying in Namibia doing on a fact-finding mission when I was with the Garveyites. Okay, that's not by accident. Okay, that is something spiritual. Okay, and nothing happens by accident. Okay, why I would be, you know, there right after they got their independence, you know, and to see Namibia right up at the top here, that's not by accident. Okay. And reason why I'm saying that is because this whole journey has been something spiritual. You know, it's been the ancestors, you know, I can say that the ancestors has been guiding the way the whole time, you know. Now, if you look here, you also see Powhatan, okay? When you look down here at number 29, you see Powhatan, okay? Powhatan and Bantu. Now, Powhatan is also one of the tribes, one of my father's tribes, okay? So I wanted to test, let me see if I could find. So when I showed you this here, right, this genealogy book, and I read to you on the last show that we did with the doc, how those lines there were enslaved in Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, okay? And we told you in the last show, for reference, I'm not going to go back over the same information, but we showed you in the last show that the migrations of those tribes are reflective of the same tribes that's in my father's DNA test results from this same company. Okay? It's consistent. So, what it's saying is that those people who were enslaved were either straight up Indians or Africans that mixed in with Indian tribes, or both, you know. Um, as we know, those tribes were originally melanated peoples. So it's easy for them to be reclassified as African, okay? Negro, colored, things of that nature, okay? And there could very well could be some African mixed in there too, but we do know that those tribes were originally melanated peoples, okay? And those of you who followed me throughout the years know, and we've done the knowledge to that on countless occasions, okay? So when I followed the DNA matches, I found that my father was matching to people on mom's side. Let me show you an example. And this is how you got to do your research. You got to be like a detective. You've got to be like a detective. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I want to give you an example. I wonder what happened to Strong Bear. Strong Bear woman. She just disappeared. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Okay, so again, this is Dad's certificate from that company. The name is erased for obvious reasons. Okay. But it's verified because the doc has seen it and she knows that that's my pops's ancestry certificate. She's seen it without the name edited out. Okay. So now, if you look at, and he gives you on the certificate, he gives you the top 20, I think it's the top 20. This is not all of the tribes by no means, but he puts on there, the top 20, the ones that are closest to you. But, again, he has a lot more. Okay. So now, and we have some more comments too. Let me see. Caillou saying pedigree collapse is the bane of my existence. And yep, that's a lot of people. So I used to believe I only have 1 or 2 tribes, but when we go back further, we find out we are more than 2 tribes. We were mixed with hundreds of tribes we do not know of because of trade and intermix. Exactly, Dede Chieftain. And Fatu said the blood draws. Yep. Dede said that's crazy. Yeah. And that's how I found, Dede says, that's how I found I'm related to a lot of people on social media that I follow. I have Saponi cousins that I talk to. Beautiful. And did you get a DNA? Mobbin Mike says, did you get a DNA test on GEDmatch? A man recommended to me as the next step in my genealogy. I just don't know how to use it. Yeah, well, on 23andMe, or it don't even have to be 23andMe. You go right to GEDmatch's site and you can upload your raw data from Ancestry or 23andMe, or even just go to the site. They walk you through the steps for the most part, and you could upload your raw data to there, and they'll break it down for you, and you'll be right in their system, and you don't even have to pay for it. Yeah, just go right on their site. Yep, it's free for most features. Yep. And, so I must say that's what I thought. I guess I'm trying to figure it out. I only glazed through it when he told me recently. And Day says, on my mom's GEDmatch results, I noticed she has strong links to Mesoamerica, Central America, and South America. So a lot of mine results. Yep. You should look for a match kit feature. I think that feature is still free. Yeah. I've been told by people before that I look Mexican, Dominican, and Indian. People tried to speak Spanish to me. And Dr. Fatu says ancient pull, like your parents meeting up. Yeah, that's what it is. My parents met up. That was something that was something where the blood, like you said, the blood draws, and how my other cousin said, she's going to get into it a little more in depth, but she was talking about how our family comes from a particular royal bloodline, and that bloodline always draws to each other, you know. Yeah, yeah, Virginia is like ground zero. How long does it take for native DNA to give results? I will admit they do take a long time, man. It took for grandmas. I ordered the test in October and I sent it right out, and I didn't get the results until late January or mid. What was it? No, late January, because he's the only one. He's a one man show. So it takes them a while. And like I said before, they're trying to shut him down, you know. Yeah, it's supposed to take 2 months, but it takes more, it takes longer than that. It took me way longer than that to get my results. It took me, like I say, from October all the way until late January. So yeah, he gets quite overwhelmed. And after this show, I'm pretty sure he's going to get quite overwhelmed even more. Yeah. Oh, okay. Amanda's back. All right. I got lucky because you're still on. Yeah. Yeah. We cooking now. We cooking now. Yeah. And so, all right. So that's dad's ancestry certificate, right? So now you check these tribes out, and like I said, I'm saving grandma's certificate for when the doc comes on. Okay. But you're going to see a lot of these same tribes and quite more realistically with my grandmothers. Okay. And mind you, grandma is from the Caribbean, but you see more North American tribes with her. And so, in looking at an example of how I pieced together the fact that these two families were families that were separated via slavery, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you an example of what I did. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me see here. Let me edit. I'm going to edit something out here. Give me a second. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I just have to edit something out here. Let me duplicate. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Just have to. Give me 1 second. Got it. Tools, crop. Okay. Got it. Sorry about that, y'all. Now I got it. So now let me stop sharing this one, and I'm going to share another file to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And so now that what you were just looking at was my father's results from native DNA. Now what we're looking at right here, we're looking at, hold on, let me make this. Okay, so now this right here, what you're looking at is from Ancestry, okay? And we're looking at a shared match on my mother's side. Again, remember, my mother is from the Caribbean, okay? Mother is from the Caribbean. Now, parent 2 equals the mother's side. So if you look right here, it says parent 2, parent 2, parent 2, parent 2, which is mother's side, parent 2, All these are DNA matches. Parent 2, parent 2, parent 2, parent 2. Then when you come down here to the bottom, it says parent 1 side. Parent 2 is, the parent 1 is my father. Okay, that's my father's side. Okay, my father's side. That's not supposed to be there. It's either parent 1 or it's parent 2. You're not supposed to have shared matches on a parent 1 and parent 2 unless you have endogamy going on, okay, where families have intermarried with each other, okay. Sometimes it can be a fluke where you may have, okay, maybe the relation, you can call it a fluke if they're related on parent, let's see, parent 1, and you have a parent 2 match, and it's a parent 1, maybe their father, maybe their paternal line may be a line that's not related or something like that, you know, and it's showing up on the other parent side because of someone who's not related to you. That can be. And that's why you have to follow the trail. So now, just to verify that, what I did was I looked at this particular relative here at the bottom, and I clicked, okay, to see who their matches are. Okay. And so now that's one. And now hold tight 1 second. Hold tight just a second. Right? So now, let's see here. Hold tight just a second. I'm going to show you. Hold tight just a second. Hold tight just a second. Okay. Just a second here. And I'm going to share the screen and show you something else, okay? So that was just page 1 of the shared matches. There are more shared matches with that same particular cousin, okay? So wait a minute. Copy. Stop sharing this one and share the next page. Share screen. Okay, so one is a fluke, but then now I go on the next page and I look and I see parent two, obviously, because it's my mother's side. Mom is parent two, and this is one of her DNA cousins. Matter of fact, this particular cousin is related like 4 times over. Um, parent two, parent two, parent two, parent two. And then we come down to this one here, another one that says parent one, which is my father's side. Okay, so now that's two separate people. Okay, two separate people who match both my mother and my father. So then what you have to do from there, you have to follow up with that by looking at, see, this is where, see, again, I tested on many sites. So, and some of these people have tested on other sites too. And some sites have more opportunities to explore with certain features than others. So, but on here, it's good to find like connections and stuff. But I utilized this. This is Ancestry, but I utilize Ancestry as well as 23andMe and other companies, and I find other information from some of these same people. Okay, and you also have to reach out to these people. I've reached out. Some of them will give you a response, and some of them won't. You know, you got to follow up on those leads. And another thing is that you have to, when you're doing these searches, okay, I see that Amanda says she sees that quite a lot. So that means you've got endogamy going on. Okay, your family has, yeah, cousins who been with cousins, Amanda. Okay, that's what you're dealing with there. Okay, and what you have to start doing is don't just do random searches like this. Do what I did. Like let me see if I could find it. Let me see if I could find it here. One second. See, you've got to start putting yourself a notebook together and start writing this. Well, I'm from the old school, so I still do a lot of paper writing. But if you do it, on your computer, you know, Amanda say yucks. She say yuck. That's the reality of it. But that's what happens when you don't know your people. It's happened in my family. Cousins didn't know they're related. Too late then, you done already had children. you know. But that's what happens when you don't know your people. Okay. And but yeah, you got to start every time that you do when you do these researches, you have to start making notations of your findings. And next time you go to research, follow up on that. You got to document everything that you do. Otherwise, it's just willy-nilly and you're all over the place. You have to start structuring your research. What you call them? Kyle Sagamore asked, no, was this Kyle Sagamore was the other guy, asked, how did I come to my findings to find my people? Again, it's organizing your research. You have to organize your research. Otherwise, you're all over the place. Okay. And what I did was I followed up on each of these where I had parent one on parent two side, and you got to follow the trail. You got to click to see who they match with and who those matches with are with, and things of that nature. And if you see that, you keep seeing where 1 and 2 are together, then you're looking at endogamy. Okay. If it's consistent, one may be a fluke, 2 may be a fluke, but I'm seeing it like dozens of times, dozens upon dozens upon dozens of times. So I know that mine is not a fluke for the most part, And so I know it's getting quite late and I really want to stay on, but today is they're switching the clocks today. So we move the clocks forward. So I really want to keep going, believe it or not. But I know that if I don't go to bed, then my body, when I go back to work, my body's not going to be adjusted to the time shift. But I really want to keep going. But again, this is just a teaser for when I bring the doc on. Okay. And I really want to keep going, but I'm looking at the time and man, I'm just getting started, really, to be totally honest with you. I'm just getting started, but I got to work, and if I don't get myself in bed and start, adjusting to this new time shift, I'm going to feel horrible on Monday. But Day Day says, on my dad's side, he have connections. My dad's side, he have connections to the Hollywood Him and his fam is from South Carolina. I noticed in the Hollywood there was some endogamy going on. Oh, that's what all those tribes, there's indigenous tribes, you find endogamy going on. That's what all of those tribes. My dad told me one time a lot of us are cousins. My God, I wish he was wrong, LOL. Yeah, right? But yeah, I'll continue with this because it's too much really for me to explain in one night. It's really too much. And there's a lot more to doing this research than what I'm getting into right now. But I hope that what I've shared so far has been something that could help with your own particular research and genealogy. I really hope so. And I wanted to show y'all one other thing before I get off of here. And that was, wait, let me see. Is it here? Let me see. Yeah, I wanted to show y'all this. Remove. So we were talking about this 23andMe. They have a feature with family surnames. So I want to show y'all what I was talking about. Like here, this is what I was telling y'all about on 23andMe. Like here, they have a feature when you type in DNA relatives. This is my grandmother's list, okay, and it shows family names. See right here up at the top, it says family names, okay, and it'll show you the names in order of frequency, okay. It shows you the names in order of frequency. So that's one of the good things I like about 23andMe. You know, it has a lot of, good features for research. So I don't count 23andMe out, Um, it's all of these companies, have things that you can utilize for your research, you know. They all do. Um, so that's one thing that you could use to be able to, when you look at those names, like for instance, right? Most of these names, and again, these are the names that come up on my grandmother's account on 23andMe, right? Now I can tell you that out of all of these names, in terms of my grandmother's side, only one, most of these names prior to doing DNA, most of these names were unfamiliar to her. Okay. It's only since I did the DNA and I did my due diligence that I'm familiar with these names. Okay. So you have to be patient. It's not going to happen overnight, and you have to put the work in. Okay. It's not going to be, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not going to be easy because it wasn't easy for me. It wasn't easy at all. Yep. Let me see who I have in the chat here. They say I'm about to go eat dinner. Catch you guys later. Good live stream. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to eat something myself. Snack on something rather. Oh, Amanda says she have some of those names on 23andMe. Oh, wow. Never know. We might have some connections. Yeah. But anyway, I thank all of you who joined in, and definitely check out Dr. Fatu when she comes on at the end of the month. I'll post on my community page when she'll be appearing. Okay? So again, it's been a pleasure, and I'll sign out saying until the next time, Todo Dog Sarah May. Ayo.